Welcome into the hot shop to you guys who just joined us. Today we do have a visiting artist, and our visiting artist is on the far side of the right side of the hot shop over there. And her name is Francesca Lohman. And we today are going to be working on making these glass molds. I have a few sketches of them down on this front table, but if we have some pictures of them, they'll be up on the screen in a moment. So up on the screen, you'll see some images of these molds that they might be working on during this residency. And these are eventually going to be used to create sort of gelatin structures. And over on that right bench, they're just getting started on a large clear bubble of glass, and this is going to eventually be blown out into that mold. These molds will just remain clear glass. And a little bit more on our visiting artist. You could see her artwork going up on the screen in the form of a slideshow. And she's a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking. So for everyone who recently joined us, today we have a visiting artist, and this is Francesca Lohman. And that is the woman standing closer towards the front of the hot shop with the white t-shirt. And today she partnered along with our hot shop team that works here at the museum are going to be working on some clear glass gelatin molds. And I have a few pictures of the sketches, and can I have those up on the screen again? Yeah, just the sketches of the molds. So up on the screen, you'll see some images of the molds that they may be working on during this residency. Francesca is going to be here today, tomorrow, and through Friday. So she's going to be here for a 3-day residency. And at the center bench, you can see they've started on this large clear bubble. So they're going to just continue to blow this out and shape it to get that gelatin mold. And as I was saying earlier, these are going to remain clear. And I think it would be interesting to mention Francesca has not worked with glass herself, and so our hot shop team is going to be assisting her in making these objects. And we actually have this happen pretty frequently. We have visiting artists very frequently that don't work with glass themselves, but they are still completely designing the object and telling the artist whether the piece looks right or they want to change it. All right, so just in case some of you have never been in a hot shop before, I'll give a quick little rundown of the temperatures of everything that we're working with. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. I think we've been gathering out of this right one over here. And these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass at an angle, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. So this is how we have gotten our hollow form at the center bench here. And the open face furnaces that you've seen them working with, these are our reheating furnaces running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And so these do not have any glass inside of them. It's just used for reheating. And we have multiple of them running today, so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So there's not a significant difference between those individual open face furnaces at each bench. And at the center bench, you could see Ben has a pair of wooden almost blades, and these are called pachofis. And he's used them to create almost a donut hole in the center of this bubble. So since this is the first thing that they're working on today, this is most likely going to be a little bit of experimentation. And since I've already mentioned the temperatures of the furnaces, I'll mention the temperature of the torch as well. This is running at around the same temperature as those furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, I was told. And this large fluffy flame torch is used to apply heat in a specific area, a little bit of a general area, instead of heating up the entire piece overall inside of the furnace. So they were using that torch to apply some extra heat to the connection between the glass and the pipe itself. And this is the coldest part of the piece. It's the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. They want to make sure to keep a really nice, even warm heat across this piece so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. So over on that right bench, Gabe was getting started on a second pipe. This is a solid pipe rather than a hollow pipe, so he's not going to be blowing into this glass. And he has some solid clear glass on the end, and he's created a 3-prong punty. And so a punty is basically just a connection on the end of a pipe that allows them to attach it to the piece in a different position, so then they can break this piece off of its original pipe. So that's the whole point of the punty, is to break the piece off of its original pipe and put it on a second pipe. And so this 3-prong connection is just going to allow them to have multiple attachment points on the bottom, since they can't attach it directly in the center of the bottom. So after briefly heating those connection points and then heating up the entire thing just a little bit overall, that is attached to the bottom of this piece. And you can see there's a little bit of a ball at the end of each of those points of the punty. And this is going to make it easier to break off those 3 connections later on when they go to put the piece away. And just as you saw, to break that piece off of its original pipe, they purposefully apply a little bit of water, and this causes cracking and shocking in that glass. And then a simple tap in the pipe, and this creates a vibration that travels to the cracks created by the water, breaks that piece cleanly off. And now they're left over with an opening, so they'll be able to start to open this up and get that final shape that they're looking for. And for anyone who recently joined, just to give you a brief little introduction of what we have going on and who we have here today. Today we have a visiting artist with us, Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman in the white shirt closer to the right side of the hot shop. And she, along with our full-time hot shop team, are working on creating all of these gelatin molds. And can I have the image examples of those up on the screen for everyone who recently joined? So up on the screen, you'll see some images of these gelatin molds. This first one that they're working on is not the exact image of any of these pictures. It's probably more of a practice. This is the first piece that they're making today. But the goal of these pieces is to be able to make a gelatin sort of sculpture inside of it. And then they'll be able to remove that gelatin and display this glass piece right next to it. So at the center bench, after heating that up once more, you could see Ben is going in with a pair of shears, and he's trimming a lot of excess glass off the end of this piece, or off the opening of this piece. So I was just asking what these pieces are going to be used for, where they're going after they're being created in the hot shop here. And so I thought I'd share with the rest of you all. So these pieces are going to be in a few different summer shows for this summer. And there's nothing that's exactly planned yet, but they are definitely going to be on display at some point. And just a little fun fact, this small handheld torch they're using here, this is actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop. I've been told that it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass that we have in here. So this is very quickly spot heating that hollow area that they have pushed up in the center, and they're going to work on opening that up. So after heating up that center bit a little bit more, Ben is going in with a pair of shears and he's trimming off all that excess glass. You noticed it was a little bit uneven. So we are going to be working with all clear glass for this residency. We're not going to be applying color to the glass. These are mostly just going to be used to create a gelatin structure or gelatin sculpture. So these are gelatin molds, and these are going to be displayed alongside that gelatin creation as well, just as a piece entirely, the gelatin and the mold itself. And since all these pieces are made from only clear glass, it's interesting, I'll note, our furnaces are only clear glass as well. So if we weren't happy with this piece or if it were to break, we could just take that piece and break it apart and throw it back in the furnace to melt down again. So that's something that's really nice about working with only clear glass. We wouldn't be able to do that with colored glass because just a little bit of color could taint the rest of that clear tank. So just a little recap for anyone who recently joined. We do have a visiting artist today, just one visiting artist, Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman closer to the right side of the hot shop with the white shirt. So she has designed all of these creations that are going to be made throughout this residency. And as you can see, she is standing and watching them create this artwork, but she is going to be giving input this whole time, telling them it needs to be bigger, it needs to be smaller, this isn't right. And these designs are all completely her own, and our hot shop team is just bringing it to life. And we actually have a lot of visiting artists that come in that don't work with glass themselves. So you'll see this happen pretty frequently. And just in case we've had some people recently join, can I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of some of our visiting artists' previously made artwork. And just to give you a little background on information on her, she is a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking. So she's visiting from just an hour north of us here. And if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass process or even questions for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So based off the images that you saw briefly on the screen earlier, this one is a little bit different than the exact sketches that our artist has created, but it almost looks a little bit like a bunt pan. So this is pretty much the final form. They're just going to grind off those extra little bits of clear attachment on the bottom, holding it to the pipe, and then that's pretty much the piece completed. So you can always tell when they're getting close to breaking it off when you start seeing someone get dressed in these special Kevlar gloves. And this is the same material that firefighting suits are made out of. And this is going to protect Sarah from that glass as she physically picks it up off the end of the pipe to put it away. So right now they're going back in with that super small hot torch, and they're heating up all of those connection points just under where it's connected to the piece itself. And this is going to allow them to either start to cut that connection thinner so it's easier to break off, or they're just going to straight up apply some water to that. Looks like Ben has a pair of shears in his hand, so he's going to cut those connections after heating them up a little bit. And this is going to create a little bit of a divot in the glass and also cause a little bit of shocking and cracking in that area. And the reason they keep going in and out of the furnace over and over again, if you're wondering, this is called flashing. This is making sure that the piece has a really nice even heat overall. If the piece was cold when they apply water to break it off, that could create cracks that travel through the piece. And if the piece is hot, then that's going to prevent that. So now they apply that water that's causing shocking and cracking, and a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. Let's give them a round of applause. That was their first piece of the day. Thank you. So this is going into the annealer, which is that really large black box on the wall. This is going to slowly cool the piece down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock, from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And now they'll get started on the next piece pretty quickly here, but since we're working with all clear glass, I think I'll show you a short video on how we fill our clear glass furnaces. So can I have the charging the furnace video, please? Can I have the charging the furnace video? Thank you.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So our visiting artist is getting her first little taste of messing around with a little bit of clear glass at that center bench. That's what's going on over there. And then over on that right bench, Sarah's getting started on our next piece. This is all starting with just a very small clear bubble on the end of a hollow pipe. This is how we start all of our larger hollow pieces, with just a little clear bubble. Yes, so inside of that large tank with the closed door, we just have a giant ceramic tank that's holding basically a large pool of molten glass, about 1,000 pounds of clear glass. And the texture is a lot like honey, as you could see, when it's all the way molten at that 2,000 degree point. And then as it slowly cools, it becomes a little bit more workable, almost like a taffy texture or a silly putty texture. And what she's doing right now is there were probably some little bits of debris or air bubbles inside of the glass that she's getting rid of on the surface. And it's important to get rid of those right when you see them in the earlier processes, because as you blow that piece out, you could start to lose the shape of what you have if you mess with it too much. So this next gelatin mold that they're getting started on, this is going to be the oval one. And I'm assuming it's going to be a pretty similar shape to just this metal one that we have down on this front table. But it's going to be on a larger scale, of course. So for everyone who just joined us, just to give you a little overview of what we have going on and who we have here today, we do have a visiting artist here with us today, and her name is Francesca Lohman. And she's a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking. She's the woman with the white shirt down closer to the right side of the hot shop. And today we have been working on creating these large gelatin molds. And the first one we made was just a simple circular mold, but this one that we're working on now is going to become an oval-shaped gelatin mold. And when our artist displays these pieces, this is going to have the gelatin sculpture standing with the glass mold by its side, so they're going to be displayed together. And all of these molds are going to be made with only clear glass. And this residency is starting today. This is our first day here, and this is going to go all the way through Friday. So if you want to check out the rest of the residency as well, feel free to stop by again. And something that's nice about working with clear glass for our pieces is we can reuse this glass. So if we're not happy with the piece or if something breaks, then we can simply break it apart and put it back into the furnace again to melt down. So that's really nice with working with clear glass. We wouldn't be able to do that with colored glass. It could taint the rest of that clear that we have. And speaking of these furnaces, if you didn't see them gathering earlier, they were gathering out of this right one here, the large tank with the closed door. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the texture of that molten glass is a lot like honey. It's very viscous and sticky. It sticks to the pipe and creates a ball on the end. And then all we have to do is blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. And then these empty hollow furnaces that we have at each bench, these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and they're used for reheating only, so they don't have any glass inside of them. And we just have multiple running right now, so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. And at the center bench, you can see Ben has been heating this bubble up and using this large spoon-shaped tool here. This is a wooden tool called a block, usually made out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And as you can see, that evened that glass out quite a bit. And they use this after a fresh gather or before they blow into the bubble, so it blows out evenly. And then next, Ben is going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd this tool sounds, this is very commonly used in any hot shop. It's very close to using our hands to shape that glass, and it's also one of the only flexible tools that can move with our hand. So that line or divot that Ben just made in the glass was a jack line, and that was made with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And this is where they're going to remove the piece from this pipe later on. So that's very important to note. And I'd also like to mention as well, if anyone ever has any questions about the glass making process, or even questions for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So in order to get the oval shape that they're going for, Ben is going in with a pair of cork wood paddles, and he is lightly flattening just two sides of this piece. And holding the pipe up at this angle like this that Ben is doing now is actually using gravity as a tool, so that glass is slumping back on itself, creating that oval shape on the bottom you can see now. And now Ben is pushing a paddle into the bottom of this oval. So the shape that we're going for is a mold much like this one that I'm holding in my hand here. And so to do this, they have to work on the bottom of the mold first, and then they have to attach a second pipe to the bottom and break this piece off of its original pipe, and then they can open the other side up, and that's going to allow them to create pretty much that exact shape. And then Ben uses that same paddle to lightly flatten the bottom, give it a nice place to sit when the piece is done. So now we have the bottom of this piece pretty much complete. And so we have to create that second pipe that's going to be attached to the bottom. And the way that they're going to do this is by making a 2-prong punty. So a punty is basically just a pipe that has a bit of glass on it that's attached to the bottom of the piece. So that's a very general term, but a 2-prong punty has these 2 clear prongs attached to the end of the pipe. And because we have that hole in the center of this piece, like right in the bottom, we can't just attach one thing just to the center. So we have to have those 2 prongs that are going to go on either side of that hole. So Gabe is going to be working on that over on that right bench, and they're just going to work on keeping that piece at the center bench nice and warm at an even temperature so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock while that is being created. So I'd just like to highlight this 2-prong punty making process. This glass was flattened on 2 different sides, and then as Gabe is spinning the pipe, this is creating centrifugal force, or that spinning, pulling outward force, and that's pulling that glass, elongating it. And then he goes in with a pair of diamond shears, and is able to grab onto the ends of those prongs, creating 2 small balls on just the ends of those prongs each. And this is going to make this second attachment easier to break off of the piece later on. And then this is briefly brought over just to make sure that this is going to be a good connection. They're just testing the size. And then they go in with this super hot handheld torch. This is the hottest item we have in our hot shop. Supposedly it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of our molten glass. So this is very quickly spot heating just those individual little points on the ends of those prongs. We want that glass to be sturdy inside of that connection, but we want those 2 points of connection to be really hot and seal themselves to the bottom of this piece. And then to break this piece off of its original pipe, a little bit of water is applied to that previous connection point, causing shocking and cracking in the glass. And then a simple tap to the pipe, this creates a vibration that travels to those cracks created by the water, breaks that piece cleanly off. So now from here we have that opening left over. We'll be able to start to open this up into that final mold form. And for anyone who recently joined, I'll just hold up a little example here. This is pretty much the shape that we're going for right now. We're just making an oval gelatin mold out of glass. And obviously this piece at the center bench is a little bit of a larger scale. And now that this opening is nice and hot, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers, and he's pinching and pulling that opening a little bit outward. And this is going to allow him to trim off a little bit of excess glass as he goes in next with a pair of shears. And this is going to leave him a very even opening for this piece and allow him to just shorten the walls a little bit in general as well. So next, Ben is going in with a pair of pachofis, and these are basically like two wooden blades. And this is going to be very gentle on the inside of this piece. Instead of having a metal tool, which could gouge and create marks with the tips of the blades, you can instead use these wooden blades. That's a lot more gentle on the glass in general. And for everyone who recently joined, I'll give you a little overview of who we have here and what's going on today. So today we do have a visiting artist, and this is Francesca Lohman. And that is the woman in the white shirt standing closer to the right side of the hot shop. And she is taking part in a 3-day residency here at the museum. So this is starting today, going all the way through Friday. And she's a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking. And today, she, along with our full-time hot shop staff, are going to be working on making some clear gelatin molds out of glass. And we have a couple of examples down on this front table, just some original molds made out of metal, and along with some sketches on the table as well. And actually, I have some sketches that I can put up on the screen. So can I have those up there for those who haven't seen it? So pretty soon here we'll have some sketches of our pieces that we might be working on during this residency up on the screen. Can I please have the sketches of the molds up on the screen? So this is a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, and along with the artwork, we have sketches of the pieces that we're going to be working on during this residency. So here are those examples now, and we're working on that oval one right now at the moment. And if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass process or even questions for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So right now, in preparation for breaking this piece off the pipe, they're going to superheat those connections with a really small torch, and then they'll cut at those connections a little bit just to make it a little thinner. And you could see Sarah over closer to the right side is getting prepared with these special Kevlar gloves, and those are going to allow her to physically pick the glass up off the end of the pipe to put it away. And so to break this off, they're just going to cut at those connections with a pair of shears. And this is thinning them out and causing a little bit of shocking and cracking in that area. And then to fully break it off, they apply a little bit of water to those connection points and a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece will break cleanly off. And this is going into the annealer, which is that large black box over on the right side of the hot shop. This is going to slowly cool the glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And can I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist previously made artwork. And as I mentioned earlier, she is a Seattle-based sculptor. So you're going to see a lot of sculptures that she's made. There's an example of one of those gelatin ones. And over on that right side of the hot shop, you can see they're getting started right away again, making our next gelatin mold. And if I didn't mention already, we are working with all clear glass today and throughout this residency too, I believe. And this is really nice because our furnaces are entirely clear glass as well. So if we were to mess up on a piece or something broke, we would be able to just break it apart and put it back into the furnace to melt down again. So basically we can reuse this glass, which is really nice. And to give you all a little better of an understanding of our furnaces, I'll play a short video describing how we fill them up and what the glass is made of. So can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So welcome to anyone who recently joined us in the hot shop. Just to give you a little overview of what we have going on and who we have here. Today we do have a visiting artist, Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman in the white shirt standing closer to the front of the hot shop. And she has a 3-day residency. This is started today and is going to go all the way through Friday, so she'll be able to work on all of her pieces throughout that entire time. She is a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking, and today we have been working on making a lot of clear glass gelatin molds. And so the current one that we're going to be working on, this is going to be an oval mold, almost like this piece that I'm holding up here in my hand. We have some sketches that we're going to be basing these pieces off of as well. And on the floor, our artist herself is sketching some examples of the oval molds that she wants the artist to go for. Now, our visiting artist doesn't work with glass herself, but this actually happens pretty frequently that we have artists that come in and they don't work with glass, but they still are the brain and the design behind this entire project. They could tell the artist to change anything about the piece. And the artists that are working on the piece physically are our full-time hot shop staff. So they're here every day when the museum is open, working on pieces to entertain the crowd that go into the Museum of Glass store, for example. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So this right here, these are 2 corkwood paddles, and Ben is using them to lightly flatten the sides of this piece. And this is going to help him get started on that oval shape that they're going for. So if we look at the bottom of this bubble, we'll start to see a little bit of an oval shape forming. At first we had a perfect sphere. So after flattening the sides of that piece and then heating it up once more, you could see straight from the bottom we have created a little bit more of an oval shape rather than that perfect circle shape that we had earlier. And they're going to continue to refine this just a little bit. So we're working on the bottom of the mold first. So far we have this shape on the bottom but without the hole in it. So next they're going to start working on that hole, or pretty soon here. I'm not sure about exactly next. And then they have to create a second pipe with a little bit of a clear attachment on the bottom, and this is going to be attached to the bottom of the piece and allow them to break the piece off of its original pipe and give them access to the top side of this mold where they can start to open it up and finish that off. And for anyone who hasn't seen our visiting artist previously made artwork, can I have that up on the screen now as well? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist previously made artwork. And as I was saying earlier, she is a Seattle-based sculptor, so all of these are going to be sculptures. And it seems to be stuck on that slide. There we go. So mixed into these previously made artworks, we'll also see a couple of sketches of what we will be working on throughout this residency. And while this slideshow is going on at the center bench, you could see they're starting to go in with a pair of pachofis, which are these two wooden blades. And they're pushing this into the bottom of the piece. And this is going to create that centerpiece that you can see in all of these molds. So over on that right bench, you could see Gabe is getting started on a second pipe. This is actually a solid pipe compared to this hollow pipe that we have at the center bench. And he's creating something called a two-prong punty. And can I actually have a view of that right bench, please? So over on that right bench, you could see we have 2 prongs of solid clear glass on the end of a solid pipe as well. And these 2 prongs are going to be attached on either side of that hole that we have in the bottom of this piece, because we can't attach something in the center of the bottom of this piece just because of that hole that we have. And so right now, you're going to see them just matching up the measurements, making sure that it's going to fit properly. And you could see on each of the ends of those prongs, we have a single little ball. And this is going to make this easier to detach from the pipe a little bit later on as well when we go to put the piece away. So now they're working on superheating just those 2 little connection points. They want the glass to stay nice and sturdy throughout those 2 prongs, but they want just those connection points hot enough to stick to the bottom of this piece. So now that 2-prong punty is brought over once more. And this is fully attached to the bottom of this piece. And once again, this is going to allow them to break this piece off of its original pipe to give them access to the other side of the piece. And to do that, a little bit of water is applied to that connection point, and then a simple tap to the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now from here, they have an opening left over. They'll be able to start to open this up. And now you can really see how this piece is starting to take shape, just like those chalk drawings that we have on the floor. So after getting the front of this piece really hot, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers, and he's pinching and pulling this opening outward. And this is going to allow him to next go in with a pair of shears and trim off a lot of excess glass. So they want the inside of this piece and the outer walls to pretty much be at the same height. So they're trimming that down quite a bit. And for everyone who recently joined, we have quite a few new people in here. Today we have a visiting artist, and this is Francesca Lohman. And that's the woman with the white shirt closer to the right side of the hot shop. And this is a 3-day residency for her. So she started today, and she'll go all the way through Friday. And she's a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking. And today, she, along with our full-time Museum of Glass hot shop staff, are going to be working on making these clear gelatin molds. So once these pieces are cooled and fully complete, they're going to be used to create these gelatin sculptures. And that gelatin will be displayed alongside the glass molds themselves in a single display. And these are going to be used for a couple of summer displays or summer showcases. And this torch that Ben is using right here is actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop. I've been told it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass. So as you can see, this is melting that glass that they have in the center of this shape, and they're going to start opening this up with a pair of tweezers. So with all of these forms that they're making for these gelatin molds, these are all pretty uh, flexible. So we have some drawings on the floor right here that they're sort of basing this one off of. As you can see, we have a ton of different shapes on the floor there. And so they're pretty flexible in what shape this piece might take on. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass process or questions for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come over to answer that question. So for anyone who recently joined, I just got a good question, so I thought I'd share with the rest of you, just in case you missed it as well. But when we started this piece was originally attached to a different pipe over on this side of the piece, and we had to attach a second pipe to the bottom. But since we have a hole in the bottom of our piece, we can't just attach a pipe directly in the center of the bottom, so we had to kind of get crafty, and they made a two-prong punty, those two prongs that are attached to the bottom of the piece. So that's just a temporary connection that's holding it onto the pipe. It's not purposeful or decorational. So now Ben is using that hot torch once more, and he's heating up those connections just at the end of those prongs. And he's going to cut those connections even thinner in preparation for breaking this piece off. And you could see Sarah is going to get ready with these special Kevlar gloves. Those are going to protect her from the hot glass as she physically picks it up off the end of the pipe to put it away. So Ben is going in with a pair of shears and cutting those connection points really thin. And this is also causing just a little bit of shocking and cracking in that area. And then a little bit of water will be applied to those connection points as well. And a simple tap to the pipe just like earlier. And that piece is cleanly broken off. And let's give them a round of applause if we can. That was the third piece they've made today. And this is going into the annealer, which is that large black box on the wall that they just put it in. This is going to very slowly cool the piece down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. Thermal shock is just when we heat up or cool down our glass too quickly. And just to give you guys a little idea of what it's like to fill our furnace, I'll play a short video. So can I have that charging the furnace video, please? And this is just because we are working with all clear glass today, and all of our furnaces are clear glass. Can I have the charging the furnace video, please? Sorry guys, sometimes it takes a little moment.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So our artists are getting started right away once more on the very next gelatin mold. And this one is going to be relatively similar to what they've already been making. They're going to be working on some more oval shapes, but this one's going to be a little bit smaller than the one that was made previously. And this is because just the gelatin in general, it's going to have to cool down, and it might be really hard for it to fully cool down in a certain amount of space and time. And so using a smaller mold is just going to allow for a better gelatin structure on the inside of that mold. And for anyone who recently joined, today we do have a visiting artist. That is the woman in the white shirt over on the right side of the hot shop, Francesca Lohman. And this is a 3-day residency of hers here at the museum. She started today and will go all the way through Friday. And she's a Seattle-based sculpture artist with a background in printmaking as well. And today we've just been working on creating all of these gelatin molds. And this is something she has done before. She hasn't made the molds out of glass, but she's made the gelatin structures or sculptures as art before. And to give you guys a better idea of our visiting artist artwork, can I have that slideshow up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, well, previously made artwork. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even just questions for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And through this slideshow, you'll also see some sketches. These are going to turn into all of the gelatin molds that we're making throughout this residency. So usually after getting fresh gathers of clear glass or before they blow into the pipe, you'll see them use this wooden spoon-shaped tool, and this is called a block. They're usually made out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent burning. And this evens out all of the glass so that when they blow into the bubble, that bubble will blow out evenly. And next, Ben goes in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And this is a very commonly used tool in hot shops, despite how odd it sounds. It's very flexible, and it's one of the only tools that is close to using our hands to shape that glass. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks. Those are those two metal blades. And this is this is going to be used to create a jack line. That's that divot you can see forming in the glass. This is where they remove the piece later on from this pipe. Now, to create that hole in the center of this piece for the gelatin mold, Ben is going in with a pair of pachofis. These are those wooden blades that he's using now. They're very similar to the jacks, but the wood is going to be very gentle on the glass, and it's allowing him to use the tips of the tool. So it looks like this mold is going to be a circular mold, pretty much like this mold that I have in my hand. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of corkwood paddles. And these are being used to lightly flatten the sides of this piece. And this is going to give them more of an oval shape. So now it looks like they have the bottom of this piece complete, the bottom of this mold. And so Gabe over on the right bench is going to get started on a second pipe, a solid pipe, and this is going to become a punty. And the punty is what's attached to the bottom of the piece in order to break the piece off of its original pipe. So this is going to give them access to the top side of the piece or the mold. And if you're wondering what he's doing over there, every now and then the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands. And so he's using a pipe cooler over there, just a trough of water that's splashing water up onto that pipe and cooling it down almost instantly. So now he can handle the pipe a little bit closer to the glass again. And now to create those two prongs, you could see he presses the glass onto the table just on two sides. And this has forced the glass out the other two directions that he didn't press down. And then he uses centrifugal force, or spinning, to pull the glass outward. And this is creating those two individual prongs on the end of that solid pipe. And at the center bench, they're just going to continue to keep this piece nice and warm. So they'll be putting it in the furnace, taking it out every so often. This is called flashing. And this is just making sure the piece has a nice, even, warm temperature, at least 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. And now Gabe is bringing that two-prong punty over to just test how that is going to line up. And then they go in with this small handheld torch. This is used to superheat just the ends of the prongs. This is where they're going to attach it to the bottom of this mold. And they just heat up the ends of these prongs rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace, because if they did that, then the entire prong would be moving and it would not be very sturdy. So now this is brought over and attached to the bottom of the piece. And just in case anyone was wondering, we had to do this two-prong attachment rather than just a regular small attachment on the end of the pipe because we have that hole in the bottom of the piece. So we can't attach anything into the center of the bottom of this piece. We kind of had to work around that by making two prongs that attach in two different areas. And now after breaking that piece off, we have access to the other side of the piece and we have a hole left over from where we broke it off. So now we can start to open this up and create that final mold shape that we're going for. And for anyone who recently joined, we have a visiting artist today, Francesca Lohman. And that is the woman in the white shirt standing closer to the left side of the hot shop. And she's here for a 3-day residency. Today was the first day of that residency, so she'll be here all the way through Friday. And she's a Seattle-based sculptor with background in printmaking as well. And today we're just working on making these glass gelatin molds, and all of them are going to be clear glass through this residency. And after heating up the front end of this piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers, and you can see he pinched and pulled that opening out. And then he's able to go in with a pair of shears and trim off a lot of excess glass. And he's trimming off more than he would for any other piece. And this is because we want the walls and that bit that's sticking out in the middle to sort of be the same height for this mold. So next, Ben goes in with a pair of pachofis, and these are very similar to jacks, which are two metal blades, but these instead have wood blades. So if he were to touch down on the inside of this piece with the tips of these blades, this is going to be perfectly fine. That wood is not going to create any marks in that glass, unlike the metal blades. And then they'll start to superheat this mound that they have in the center of this piece. And they will open this up, just like this mold that we have down on the front table. They want this center part to be open. So Sarah just brought over a small pipe with a little bit of clear on the end, and this was attached to that really hot bit that they have in the center of this piece. And since that mound or round shape that they have in the center is hollow, they attached that pipe and pulled it out, and this kind of extended the bubble. So when they broke off that end piece, this basically broke the end of the bubble open. I believe they were doing this to give them a really even opening and a really clean break. So now they'll lightly heat that up, and Ben is going inside with a small pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades, and he can very slowly start to open that hole up in the center. So that opening they have in the center, they're trying to make it a little bit taller and larger by going on the inside of it with a pair of jacks and sort of lifting up or towards them at an angle. So right now they're preparing to break this piece off of the pipe to put it away. You can see Sarah has suited up in these special Kevlar gloves, and this is going to allow her to pick up this glass piece off the end of the pipe to put it away. So Ben cuts at the connections lightly with a pair of shears before applying a little bit of water to each of those connection points, and then a simple tap to the pipe, and this piece will be cleanly broken off. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that mold. And this mold is going to go rest inside of the annealer, which is that large black box on the wall. This is going to slowly cool the piece down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. We have to heat up and cool down our glass very slowly. And since we've been working with all clear glass today, I'll show you guys a short video about how we fill our furnaces. And this is called charging the furnace. So can I have that video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So they're getting started on the next mold straight away, starting over on that right bench. Everything starts with a single gather of clear glass on the end of a hollow pipe. And for anyone who recently joined, the screen is blank, by the way. For anyone who recently joined today, we have a visiting artist, Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman in the white shirt that has been around in the hot shop. And this is a 3-day residency for her. So she started today and she'll go through Friday. And she is a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking as well. And today we've just been working on making these clear gelatin molds, so we're going to continue doing that. And the ones that we're making, this last one and this one that we're making right now, are a little bit smaller than the ones we were making earlier, just to make the gelatin making process a little bit easier overall. And when these pieces are displayed, they're going to be displayed, the gelatin sculpture and the glass mold that was used to create it, side by side for one piece. And our visiting artist told me that these are going to be displayed in a couple of summer showings this summer. So at the center bench, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks. Those are those two metal blades. And this is carving a jack line into the glass, which is that divot you see forming. This is where they remove the piece later on from this pipe. And for those who just joined, we are working on making some clear gelatin molds out of glass. And this is our visiting artist, Francesca Lohman, the woman in the white shirt. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of corkwood paddles. He's using these to flatten the sides of this piece. And this is going to give them a more oval shape to end with. So the bottom of this mold that they're making is going to be the furthest part away from the pipe currently. And you can see some sketches on the ground. These are just some sort of free form sketches of what they might be working on for this piece. And next, after heating that glass back up, you could see Ben is holding the pipe up at an angle, and this is allowing the glass to slump down on itself. And now if you look from the bottom of this bubble, it has that perfect oval shape. And for everyone who's recently joined us, today we have a visiting artist, Francesca Lohman. And that is the woman in the white shirt standing a little bit closer to the front of the hot shop. And this is a 3-day residency for her here. So she's here starting today and all the way going through Friday. And she is a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking as well. And today, her, along with all of our Hot Shop team members at the Museum of Glass, are working on making these clear glass gelatin molds. And she's going to use these to make those gelatin forms later on. And to display these pieces, she's going to display the gelatin alongside the glass mold that created it, and that's going to be one complete piece. And these are going to be displayed this summer in a couple of different showings. So at the center bench, they've completed the bottom of this mold. And you can kind of imagine it's kind of like the bottom of this mold that I'm holding here. And so to take this off of its original pipe, they have to attach a second pipe to the bottom. So that is what Gabe is working on over on that right bench. He's working on a 2-prong attachment that's going to be attached to the bottom. And then they will break this piece off from its original pipe. And then they'll be able to open the top end of this piece up and finish off that mold shape. And so over on that right bench, you could see Gabe is creating one individual ball on each of the ends of those prongs. And this is going to make the piece easier to break off from this attachment as well later on. So now they're going to make sure that these 2 points are measured correctly and they're going to attach properly. And then once they're sure of that, they are going to superheat the ends of the prongs with this small handheld torch. And this is going to make sure that they have a nice solid connection onto the bottom of this piece. And if I didn't mention already, they have this special attachment because we have that hole in the bottom of the piece, so we can't just attach a pipe into the center of this piece. So they had to find a way that they could do it otherwise. So they have these 2 prongs that are going to be attached to the sides of the bottom of the piece. So now Gabe has brought that over once more. And this is going to be attached to the bottom of that piece. You could see that pipe is centered with the bottom of the piece, and those prongs allow them to do so. And then to break this piece off from its original pipe, they just apply a little bit of water to that connection point, causing shocking and cracking. And then a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. So now from here, they have an opening left over from that breakage point, and they'll be able to start to open this up into that final mold form that they're going for. And they're making an oval-shaped one currently. So after heating that up once more, Ben is able to go in with a pair of shears, and you could see he's trimming a lot of that glass off. And this is partially because they want the walls of this piece to be relatively the same height with that part that they have in the center as well. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of pachofis. Those are very similar to the jacks, which are those two metal blades, but instead we have wooden blades. And so he can use the tips of these to touch down on the inside of the glass. And this is going to be very gentle on that glass, and it's not going to leave any marks or gouging. And next, Ben is going in with this super hot torch, and this is going to heat up the center right sort of mound that they have, and they're going to open it up just like this mold they have on the front table. And just a little fun fact, this torch that they're using is actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop, and I've been told it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass. So that's very quickly spot heating just that very small area of glass. So now Sarah's bringing over a small pipe with a little bit of a clear attachment on the end of it. And this is being attached just to the top of that bubble that they have in the center. And then as she pulls away, you can see that this is pulling that bubble out. And then when they break that end piece off, this has opened that bubble up in the center. And so now from here, they'll be able to start to open that up just a little bit, make it a little bit wider. So to open this up, Ben was heating up that area again with that small torch. He's going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades, and he's able to use just the tips of them, which are pretty small, to just slowly widen this opening. So the molten glass, if you saw them gathering, is coming out of this closed door furnace running at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a very stable temperature. And then the open face furnaces, we have two of them running, one at the center, one at the right bench. These are running at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And those ones don't have any glass inside of them. I like to point out it's just used for reheating. So now Ben is going in with that same small torch, and he's going to heat up just the ends of those connection points, or right around the ends, and he's going to be able to thin those connection points out, sort of cut them thinner. And this is going to make this piece nice and easy to break off. And you can see Sarah, closer to the right side of the hot shop, has gotten suited up in these special Kevlar gloves. And these are going to protect her from that hot glass as she physically picks it up off the end of the pipe. So now Ben is going in with a pair of shears, and he's cutting those connection points a lot thinner. And then all he'll have to do is dip some tweezers in some water. And this is going to be applied just to those thinned out areas of the glass. And then a simple tap to the pipe just like earlier, and this piece will break cleanly off. And this is going to go into the annealer, which is that large black box over on the right wall. This is going to slowly cool the piece down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And that was our last piece before our lunch break. But right now I'm going to pull up our visiting artist previously made artwork just so you guys get an idea of what else our visiting artist can do. Can I have that artwork slideshow, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist previously made artwork. And does anyone have any questions? All right, so we'll be back in about 1 hour at around 2 p.m. And thank you for joining us. And then we'll be here all the way till 5 p.m. All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Today we have a visiting artist with us, if you didn't already know. If you were here earlier, this is Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman standing closer to the front with that white shirt there. She is here for a 3-day residency here at the museum, and today's her first day of the residency, so she'll be here all the way through Friday. And she is a Seattle-based sculptor with background in printmaking. You saw a slideshow of her artwork going on the screen right before we came into the hot shop. And today we've been working on making all of these different clear glass gelatin molds. And we're going to continue working on those gelatin molds. They just told me that they're going to get started on some smaller oval molds as well. And these are going to be using possibly some slightly different techniques. So they're also going to be adding an extra effect, much like this sort of scalloped mold that we have up in the front. So they're going to stuff the bubble inside of a mold that's called an optic mold. And this is going to give them ridges all the way from the top to the bottom of the bubble. And then when they blow that out, those ridges will stay in the bubble and kind of give them that sort of ribbed or scalloped texture for this piece. And just in case we have some people in here who haven't been in a hot shop before, I'll give a little rundown of the hot shop, and this will help you to understand all of the temperatures of everything that we're working with. So everything we do in here starts in our furnace. This is the large tank with the closed door that you've seen them gathering clear glass out of. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it has a texture a lot like honey. It's very viscous, it's sticky. So all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can just blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. And so this is how we're going to be getting our hollow form today. And then these open face furnaces that you see at the center and right bench over there, these are our reheating furnaces, those large open faces. These do not have any glass inside of them, and they run at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We can adjust that temperature as need be. And we just have multiple of them running today, so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time, rather than trying to make it all just work with one furnace. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Could even be questions for the artist herself. And we are just getting started. So once they've gathered all the glass they need, they usually go over to the center bench. And right now, Ben is going in with a block. That's that wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this is going to even out all of the glass that he just gathered. And when we blow the bubble, this bubble will blow out evenly underneath. And these are usually made out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent them from burning. And once again, we're going to be making an oval mold, but they're going to be trying to add some extra texture to this mold. So after heating that bubble up once more, this was stuffed into a mold on the floor. And as I briefly mentioned earlier, this mold is an optic mold. It has ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom on the inside of it. So now this glass has taken on all of those ridges that were on the inside of that mold. And this has given them that physical and visual texture on the outside of that bubble. And now Ben has in his hands 2 corkwood paddles, and these are being used to lightly flatten the sides of this piece. And this is going to help them get that oval shape that they're looking for. And if I didn't mention already, these molds are going to eventually have gelatin cast inside of them. And so just like a jello mold, as I briefly mentioned earlier, but the way that these pieces are going to be displayed is they're going to have that jello sitting on its own, and then they'll have the mold that was used to create that gelatin sitting right next to it, and they're going to be displayed together. And after heating that glass up once more, you saw that Ben was holding it at an angle, pointing that glass up towards the ceiling a little bit. And this was allowing that glass to slump down on itself. And now if you look from the bottom of the bubble, you can really start to see that oval shape coming and taking form. So you'll see eventually in this process, but right now, the bottom of the mold is the furthest point from the pipe. And so they're going to create a divot in the bottom of the bubble by pushing something in the bottom. So you could kind of imagine this is the bottom of the bubble. And then they actually attach a second pipe to the bottom and break it off of its original pipe and then just open it up. And it looks pretty much like this surface here, to put it simply. They just open it up and trim off some excess glass. Right, so this piece is actually a little bit different than what they were making earlier. So earlier we were making a bunch of these molds, but now we're going to be making something more like this. So it's not going to have a hole in the center at all. And so they are simply going to attach that second pipe to the bottom of what they have right now. So now Gabe has come over with that second attachment. And the second pipe that they attach to a piece, no matter if it's a solid or a hollow connection or something strange, it's always called a puntee. There's different kinds of puntees. And then to break that piece off of its original pipe, you saw them place just a little bit of water at that connection point and then a simple tap, and that piece is broken off. So now from here they have an opening left over, and all they have to do is just start to open this up and flare it out into that final shape. So this one is most likely just going to have these simple straight walls. And after heating that opening up and widening it just a bit, Ben goes in with a pair of shears and he trims off a lot of excess glass right around the rim. So now they have thin, straight walls, and they'll be able to just open this up to its full and final size before putting it away. And now to break this piece off the pipe, a little bit of water is applied to that connection point once more, and then a simple tap to the pipe. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. That was the first one of that style that they've made all day, which is pretty cool. This has gone into the annealer, which is that large black box on the wall. This is going to slowly cool the piece down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock for about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. It's very important that we heat up our glass very slowly and cool it down very slowly, otherwise it will crack from that thermal shock. And since we've been working with all clear glass today, I'm going to play a short video so that you all can see what our clear glass is made out of and how we fill our furnaces with it. And this is called Charging the Furnace. And there we are.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So they're getting started on that next piece right away over on that right bench. Everything starts with a single gather of clear on the end of a pipe. And you can see we have it on a hollow pipe. We have just blown a small bubble. And just in case some of you came in pretty recently, I'm going to give a little overview of our visiting artist that we have here today. And while I do so, can I have some of her previously made artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist previously made artwork. There's also going to be a couple of images of some sketches of what may be made during this residency here. And our visiting artist is Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman in the white shirt standing closer to the front of the hot shop. And this is a 3-day residency here at the museum for her, so she started today, and this is going to go all the way through Friday. And she's a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking. And today we've just been working on making these clear glass molds for gelatin. And we've made a variety of different shapes and sizes. This most recent one had texture, which was pretty cool. If anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or questions for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And every now and then the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands as they heat up the pipe over and over again or gather new layers of glass. And so Sarah's using a pipe cooler, and this is just a trough of water splashing up onto that handle, cooling it down pretty much instantly. And now we can handle the pipe a little bit closer to the glass once more. And in between gathering layers of clear glass, we always will let this glass rest and cool down quite a bit, like we are right now. If we were to gather while that glass is still hot, that could change the shape of the bubble and the glass that we already have. So if you were here for the last piece that we just made, they're going to be using that same texture. They're going to be applying the ridges on the outside of this glass. And this is going to be turned into a large platter or plate rather than a mold this time. And that's why we have a larger amount of glass this time as well. And I just had a good question recently that I thought I'd share with the rest of the audience as well. Someone asked if we could reuse this clear glass, and if I didn't mention already, we are using only clear glass during this residency, and our furnaces are also all clear glass. And so this is very convenient because if we were to break something or we're not happy with something, we could just break it apart and put it back into the furnace to melt down again, essentially reusing that clear glass. So yes, we can reuse all of this glass that has fallen on the floor that we aren't using. If we had any color in this at all, we could not reuse that because it could taint the rest of our clear glass inside of that tank. And at the center bench, Ben is going in with a block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is evening out that glass, so when they blow out the bubble, that blows out evenly as well. And next, he goes in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd that tool sounds, this is actually very commonly used in many hot shops. It is one of the only flexible tools, and it's also very close to using our hands to shape that glass. So this torch that Ben was just using here is running at around the same temperature as the furnace at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And it allows them to apply heat to a specific area, a little extra heat. So instead of heating up the entire thing overall, he was able to go in with that torch and start heating up just this one section kind of close to the connection between the glass and the pipe. And this is in preparation for what he's going to do next, which is making a jack line. And if anyone missed it, they just got the ridges on the outside of that bubble as well by stuffing that bubble into a mold on the floor. And so now Ben is going in with that pair of jacks. This is creating a jack line in the glass, that divot that you see forming. And this is where they're going to remove this piece from the pipe later on. And once again, this is going to be turned into a plate or a platter. Last time we made a mold, like a gelatin mold, with this same texture, but now we're going to be making a platter. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of corkwood paddles. And he is lightly flattening just two sides of this bubble. And this is going to help them get an oval shape for this piece overall. And just to get rid of any particles that may have been left behind, sometimes you'll see them go in with that small broom just after they use those corkwood paddles. And then after heating that glass up once more, Ben is holding the pipe up at an angle with the glass towards the ceiling. And this is allowing that glass to slump down on itself and create that flatter bottom that they're looking for. So they have the bottom of this piece complete at the center bench. And so over on the right bench, Gabe has been working on a second pipe. And this just has a small bit of clear on the end as an attachment. And just like that piece earlier, this is going to be attached to the center of the bottom and allow them to break this piece off of its original pipe. So now that second pipe is brought over. This is called the punty. And the punty is attached to the center of this piece. And then to break it off of its original pipe, a little bit of water will be applied to that connection point, and then a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. And breaking that piece off left us with an opening. So from here, they just open that up and start to flare it out into that plate shape. So after heating that opening up, Ben is going straight in with a pair of shears. And you can see he's cutting all the way around this opening. So the area that Ben has cut is just in each of those ridges all the way around the rim of this piece. So cutting in this pattern is going to give them a scalloped edge all the way around this piece. So as they continue to heat this up and flare it out, that's going to really soften each of those cuts. And so instead of it being these points, it's going to really round itself out at the end of each of those individual ridges on this piece. And this tool right here is a pair of pachofis. Well, these are the pachofis. So the jacks are two metal blades, the pachofis are two wooden blades. So he's able to use this to sort of push at the inside of the piece, even with the tips of these wooden blades, and it's not going to leave a single mark. If we were to do that with the metal jacks, that would definitely cut into the glass, sort of gouge and scrape. And you'll also notice every time they heat this up, it seems to be getting wider and more open. And this is mostly from something called centrifugal force. So as they heat this piece up, this is making the glass softer, and they have to constantly keep this piece rotating to make sure it doesn't fall off center. And so as they rotate and the piece is very soft, this is starting to flare this piece out and open it up. And this is partially purposeful, so they don't have to do as much work to really try and like pull all of the walls outward. So as you can see, they heated that up once more, and then they really spun that glass. They used that centrifugal force and flared that glass outward. And now this plate is pretty much to its full size. And so now to break this piece off, this is very quick. All they have to do is apply a little bit of water to that connection point, just like earlier, and then they tap the pipe and that will break the piece off. Sarah's ready to catch it with her Kevlar gloves. And they're actually going to flame polish the bottom of this piece. This really saves them time later on. Instead of having to grind and polish it, all they have to do is torch it. And let's give them a round of applause for that plate as well. Thank you. And once again, this has gone into the annealer where it's going to slowly cool down so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And just like earlier, they're going to get started on that next piece pretty quickly. And for anyone who recently joined, just to give you a little recap of who we have here and what's going on, today we do have a visiting artist, and her name is Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman in the white shirt standing over on the right side of the hot shop. And she's here for a 3-day residency here at the museum, and this started today and is going to go all the way through Friday. And she is a Seattle-based sculptor with background in printmaking as well. Today we've been working on making a lot of clear glass gelatin molds. The last two pieces we made were a little bit different than what we've been making for the rest of the day. And we'll see what project they hop into next. But this residency overall is going to be gelatin molds and some plates and platters to sort of lay out with the gelatin to display it. And for anyone who hasn't seen our visiting artists previously made artwork, can I have that up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of some sketches of what we'll be working on during this residency, as well as some artwork that our visiting artist has previously made. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or questions for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Now, for anyone who's recently joined, I'll give a little overview of the hot shop so you can understand the temperatures of everything we're working with, because I see quite a few new faces in here. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. You've been seeing them gather the clear glass out of this right one over here. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit very steadily. And when the glass is molten, it has a texture a lot like honey, so it's very viscous and sticky. All we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass at an angle, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into the end of our pipe, just like Sarah is doing over on the right. And this will expand the glass like a balloon. And the open face furnaces that we have at the right and center bench here, these are our reheating furnaces running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have two of them running right now so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time, instead of trying to make it all work with just one of those reheating furnaces. And every now and then, the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands. So over on the right, Sarah's using a pipe cooler, and this is splashing water up onto the handle, cooling it down almost instantly so we can handle it closer towards the glass once more. So if you were here for the last piece, we made a plate or a platter, and it had all of these ridges on the outside of that glass, giving it a physical and a visual texture. And we're going to be doing something similar this time. They're going to execute it differently, try a couple of different techniques to get a little bit of a different look. And once we have enough glass on the end of our pipe to work with, we move over to the center bench where we can start to blow this out and shape it out a little bit more. So Ben is going in with a block, that is that wooden spoon-shaped tool. This evens out the glass that we already have, usually after a fresh gather or before we blow into the pipe. So when we do blow, that bubble will blow out evenly. So most, if not all, of our tools are pretty much made out of steel or stainless steel. Sometimes we use bronze for some of our molds, but it's a little bit less common now. So very similar to the last piece, they are going to be making another plate or platter with the same ridges on the outside as well, but they're going to execute it differently. They're going to be using a couple of different techniques, and they haven't specified to me what those are going to be, but we'll see how they change it up as we go along. So that's a good question. So since we have a visiting artist, whenever we have a visiting artist, they get to do anything they want with the glass that they create. So they could take it home with them. They could put it on display anywhere that they can. In this case, our artist is going to put these pieces in a few summer shows this summer, along with some other people that she knows as well. And these pieces will be displayed, such as like the mold itself is going to be displayed along with the gelatin that was created inside of the mold right by its side. and that would be one piece, for example. And the molds that we're using are called optic molds, and there's many different kinds of optic molds, but the ones that we're using today specifically are just going to have these simple straight up and down ridges that you can see on the glass. Yeah, so we can use these wooden paddles for many different things, but commonly you'll see them being used to shield the artist from the heat of the glass. And so that's what is usually happening when you see them just kind of holding them at an angle close to the piece, is they're shielding the heat away from the artist. But sometimes we use them to flatten things as well. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And the jacks are going to create a jack line in the glass, which is that divot that you see being formed. And this is where they remove the piece later on from this pipe. So this is an important part of the process. And for everyone who recently joined us, just to give you a little overview as to what we're doing today. Today we have a visiting artist, and this is Francesca Lohman. And that is the woman standing closer to the front here with the white shirt. And this is a 3-day residency here at the museum for her, so she started today, and this is going to go all the way through Friday. And she is a Seattle-based sculptor with a background in printmaking as well. And today we've been working on creating a lot of clear glass gelatin molds. We've only been working with clear glass. So eventually when these pieces are completely cooled, completely polished, everything is done, she will be able to use these to create a gelatin form. And she'll put the gelatin on display alongside the mold that was used to create it. And now we're also working on some plates and platters that may be used to display the gelatin as well. And currently this piece that's being made is going to be a plate or platter. And for everyone who recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I will come right over. This can be questions about the glass process. It can be questions for the artist herself. So after using those corkwood paddles to flatten the sides of this piece a little bit, Ben then heated this up just once more before holding it up towards the ceiling, and that allowed the glass to slump down onto itself a little bit, creating a flatter bottom for this piece. And so the shape that they're going for is an oval platter. And so that process of flattening the sides and then letting it squat down on itself is going to create that oval. If you were to look from the bottom of the piece, you'd see that perfect oval now. Yeah, so that's a good question. And I briefly mentioned this a couple of times earlier in the day, but I forgot to mention it to this new crowd. But frequently we have artists that come into the hot shop for a residency that don't have experience with glass making. And this is just, this is easily explained because our residencies are just for artists who we feel like have a creative vision or we feel like would be good translated into glass, for example. And so she is still the brains behind this piece. She made all of the designs and she's telling them what needs to be changed throughout this entire process. But our hot shop team that works here full time is going to be the ones handling the glass because they have so much experience. And as you can see, they just attached a second pipe to the bottom of this piece. The second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty, no matter the type of connection. And the punty has allowed them to break the piece off from its original pipe and give them access to the other side of the piece that was previously attached to that pipe. And so now, from breaking that piece off, we're left over with an opening. We'll be able to start to open this up and flare it out into that final platter shape. So I think a good way to answer this would be however hot we can get it without melting steel, because we need to make sure that the steel parts that are kind of holding all of the furnace together don't melt. So right now Ben is going in with a wooden sculpting paddle, and this is being used to lightly press each of the indentations in between each of the individual ridges that were created with that mold. And then next Ben goes in with a pair of with a tool called the pachofis, And these are very similar to the pair of jacks is what I was going to mention, which are those two metal blades. But instead we have two wooden blades, so he can actually use the tips of these blades to press on the inside of the piece. And with the wooden blades, this is going to help expand the piece. If he were to do that with the metal blades, however, this could gouge or scrape the inside of the glass. So that is the importance of this tool. And you may notice every time they heat this piece up, the piece seems to be getting a little bit wider, a little bit more open every time. And this is because as they heat this piece up and they are continuing to rotate, this is creating a little bit of centrifugal force, which is pulling all of the walls of this glass outward and stretching it wider and more open. So with glass, we need to heat and cool the glass very, very slowly. Otherwise, things will crack or break from thermal shock. And so we use a special annealing process to cool the glass down. And it cools it down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, usually overnight, probably up to 24 hours, depending on the thickness of the glass. So now to break that piece off, they applied a little bit of water before tapping the pipe. And then they are actually flame polishing the bottom of this piece, which is getting rid of any sharp ends that may be on the bottom. And yes, let's give them a round of applause for completing that piece. And this is going into the annealer, which I briefly pointed out earlier. This is going to slowly cool the piece down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And just with the click of a button, it will start to do that. But for now, it's just going to hold it at that really steady temperature until we're ready to cool everything down all at the same time. And for anyone who hasn't seen this video yet, I'm going to play a short video describing how we fill our furnaces and what our clear glass is made of. And I think this is important because we're working with all clear glass today. So can I have that charging the furnace video, please? Can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So I guess I'll mention that our process is just a teensy bit different now. So instead of it being those sort of ice cube shaped pieces of glass going into the furnace, now we just have a sort of sand mixture with the raw materials going just straight into the furnace. But that's pretty much it. And now they're getting started on that next piece right away, and I'm going to check in on what they're making next. So next we're going to be making another jello mold or gelatin mold. And this is going to use that same ribbed texture that we have for the outside of both of those plates that we made. And if I didn't mention already, since we're using all clear glass, I love to mention if we ever mess up or if something breaks, it's really nice. We could just break it apart and put it back into the furnace to melt down again. And this is basically just reusing that clear glass. We can only do that with clear glass. We can't do that with colored glass. So I had someone that was asking about the differences between the techniques for those two different plates that we made. And I just asked one of the artists who was working on it, and he said that for this most recent one, he cut off a little extra glass on one of the sides, purposefully making it a little bit asymmetrical. So it was like a little bit wider on one side, a little bit flatter on the other, if you didn't notice. And then he also made those cuts into the glass, or those little divots, just a little bit shallower than that first one as well. He even basically didn't even cut some of those indentations. He just used a tool to sort of press in an indentation. And so with that first plate that they made, they had all of these really sharp ends. And then with this most recent one they had, it was a lot more soft all the way around and less different, like different heights in between the top and the bottom. So this next piece that they're working on, just to hold up a little example for everyone, it's going to be a lot like this here. This is sort of the shape that they're going for, and they're also going to try and get the ridges or the ribbed texture that goes all the way around the outside of this piece. So this tool that Ben is using is simply a stack of newspaper soaked in water, for anyone who hasn't seen this before. And despite how odd it sounds, it's actually a very common tool in any hot shop you go to. It's one of the only flexible tools, and it's close to using our hands to shaping that glass, or as close as we can get to that. So that mold that they stuff the bubble into is called an optic mold. And there's many different kinds of optic molds that give them different textures. but this one simply gave them these close together ridges all the way on the outside of this bubble, going from the top to the bottom. And this is going to give them that rib texture, just kind of like that gelatin dish that I showed you earlier. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks. He's making a jack line in the glass, which is that divot you see forming now. This is where they remove the piece from the pipe a little bit later on. So now they have it on these special rollers that are attached to the bench. And this is going to help keep the bubble exactly on center as Ben pushes into the bottom with the pachofis. And this is going to create a nice centered bubble on the inside of this bubble. And this is a little bit confusing, but this is kind of an example of what they're doing right here. So you can imagine this is the bottom of the bubble here, and they've just pushed this hole into the bottom of the piece, almost like a bundt pan. And later on, you'll see how they open up both of those ends to create that full shape. So now that they have the bottom of this piece complete, Gabe over on the right side of the hot shop is going to make an attachment that's going to be attached to the bottom of this piece and allow them to break this piece off from its original pipe and give them access to the other side of the piece. And this is how they're going to open up the top of that bubble as well as that smaller bubble inside. So over on that right bench, Gabe is using a stack of newspapers to lightly flatten the end of that glass down towards the pipe again. Then he goes in with the back of the jacks, which are those two metal blades. And you can see he's making a 3-prong punty. And can I have a shot of that right bench, please? So in order to create those individual prongs, you could see he's using centrifugal force or spinning the pipe rather quickly. And this is pulling each of those points out. And then from here, he's going to make one little ball on each of the ends of these prongs. And this is where they're going to detach this piece way later on down the line from this second attachment. So they're thinking ahead and they're making it easier to remove. And the reason we have to have this attachment instead of just that solid pipe that we usually attach to the bottom, and this is because we have a hole in the bottom of our piece currently, so we can't attach anything centered to the bottom of this piece. And this is going to allow them to keep the pipe on center and have attachment points all the way around the hole. So now they just simply superheat those, just the very ends of those prongs. Looks like they have to adjust a couple of things a little bit though. So the man sitting at the center bench has the most experience in the hot shop. I think he said 26, 27 years. And then over on the right bench, Gabe has, I think, just 1 year less of experience, so also a lot. And then Sarah with the red shirt has, I believe, 25 years of experience. So they all have quite a bit of experience. So now they're superheating just the tips of all of those prongs. This is going to allow that glass to stay nice and sturdy throughout each of those prongs. And just the tips of those prongs are going to be hot and moving when they attach it to the bottom of this piece. This is just going to make for a very solid connection. So now they've brought over that 3-prong punty. And as you can see, this is going to allow that second pipe to be on center with this piece. And then all they have to do is apply a little bit of water to that previous connection point and then a simple tap to the pipe. And that piece is cleanly broken off. So now from here, they have an opening left over. They'll be able to start to open this out into that final shape, which I'm going to describe as a sort of bunt pan shape. And for anyone who recently joined, just to give a little recap on what we have going on here today. Today we do have a visiting artist, Francesca Lohman, and that is the woman standing closer to the right side of the hot shop there. And she is taking part in a 3-day residency here at the museum. Today's her first day here, and this will go all the way through Friday. And she is a Seattle-based sculptor with background in printmaking as well. And this residency is consisting of making gelatin molds and gelatin-related clear glass items. So we have made a couple of plates or platters, and the rest of the pieces we've made are all gelatin molds. So later on, our artist, once these pieces are completely cooled and ready, is going to make gelatin inside of these pieces and put them on display as artwork alongside of the molds that were used to create them. And so they're going to be displayed together side by side, and they will be a part of a few different summer showings, she told me. And right now you can see Ben is really trimming off a lot of that glass around the edge. And this is because they want that center bubble to pretty much be at the same level as those outside walls as well. And this tool here that Ben's using is the Pachofis. These are very similar to the jacks, which are those two metal blades, but these wooden blades will allow him to touch the inside of this piece with the tips, with the sides. This is not going to leave any markings or gouging in the glass. The wooden blades are a lot softer, gentler on that glass. Now I'd like to point out this real quick. So with that bubble in the center, they lightly heated up that center area just at the very tip. And then they brought over a smaller second pipe and they touched the top of that bubble. And when they pulled away, that really stretched the bubble thin just at the very tip of it. So when they broke off that end piece, that gave them a really small but perfect opening in the top of that bubble. And so from here, they're going to be able to start opening this up and really flaring and pushing it out to open it up, just like this little bunt pan that we have down on this table. And so in order to do this, they will lightly heat that area up once more. And then Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, those 2 metal blades. So as you saw, they heated up the entire piece overall just a little bit, and this allowed them to get a teensy bit of a triangular shape with this piece overall. So this is purposeful. The artist really likes the asymmetry of some of the pieces and the sort of spontaneousness of the glass changing shape depending on what they do. And so now to break this piece off, Ben is going in with a small handheld torch and he's heating up all of those connection points in preparation for cutting them thinner. This is going to make it a lot easier for them to break off. So he's cutting those connections thinner with a pair of shears. And then he'll go in with a little bit of water at each of those points. And then just like earlier, simple tap to the pipe and that piece will break cleanly off. And Sarah's going to carry that piece over to the annealer with a pair of Kevlar gloves. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that piece. This is going into the annealer, which is that large black box over on the wall. This is going to slowly cool the piece at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And for anyone who hasn't seen our video about the glass and the furnace, this is going to describe how the glass is made and how we fill our furnaces in the first place. And I think this is important to watch because we're using all clear glass during this residency. So we're going to be using a lot of that clear glass. So can I have the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
All right, welcome to anyone who recently joined us in the hot shop. Just to give you a little overview of what we have going on here today, we have a visiting artist with us. I was just briefly talking to her about what we're working on next. Our visiting artist is Francesca Lohman, and this is a 3-day residency here for her at the museum. Started today, and it's going to go all the way through Friday. She is a Seattle-based sculptor with background in printmaking as well. And today we've been working on making all sorts of jello or gelatin molds out of clear glass, along with a couple of plates or platters that may be used to display the gelatin as well. And this piece that they're just getting started on now is going to be pretty interesting. They're going to make a large tube and curve it around almost onto itself, almost in the shape of a C. And then later on, when the piece is cool, they're going to send it off to be cold worked, and they're going to have it be cut open in half. And do we have an image of that C-shaped design that we could put up on the screen? Yeah, it's a little bit hard to explain. So if I have a visual, that will be up on the screen. Perfect. So this is what they're sort of going to be working on right now. They're not entirely sure how it's going to turn out, so it might not look exactly like the sketch, but they are going to have to cut it in half once it's cold. So we're not going to see the full process of making that mold today, but we're going to make that tube shape. So right now Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, and he's making a jack line in the glass. That's that divot you see forming. This is where they're going to remove this piece from the pipe later on. So that's always something important to note. And for anyone who recently joined, if you guys ever have any questions, whether it's about the glass process or even questions for the artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So Ben has been using this tool on and off today. And this is simply a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd it sounds, it is actually a very commonly used tool in the hot shop, so I always point it out. And as you could see, he's able to use this to almost contour to the shape of his hand. It's very flexible, and it's also pretty close to using his hand to shape the glass. So this torch that they're using is running at around the same temperature as the furnace that they've been reheating the glass inside of at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And they were using it to apply some extra heat to the bubble itself. As you could see, it's moving around quite a bit, which means that that connection point is getting a little bit too warm. So in order to prevent it from sort of flopping around, they're just trying to heat the area that they want to move, which is just the bubble itself. And then they also dunked it in water just at the tip of the piece. It was probably getting a little bit too warm just on the very end, and so that rapidly cools that glass down. And now they're going to be able to use that cooled bit of glass on the end as a handle to stretch this bubble out. So after heating that bubble up once more, Ben grabs onto the end of that bubble where they have that little nub with a pair of diamond shears. And this is going to hold onto the end of the bubble almost like a handle and allow them to stretch that glass out. And as you can see, as they curve this glass, the glass is wanting to sort of fold in on itself, and the air was leaving the pipe, so they quickly had someone blow into the end of the pipe as they continued to curve it all the way around. And these two paddles that Ben has in his hands are just cork wood. And this is really soft and gentle on the glass. The wood is very insulating, so instead of using a metal tool to guide and shape this glass, they're going to use wooden tools, and it's going to allow the glass to stay warmer longer, and it's also going to prevent any rippling or shocking of the glass from it getting too cold too quickly. So now they are done with this piece, and they're going to break it off by applying a little bit of water to that connection point using a file. And Gabe has gotten suited up in these special Kevlar gloves, which are going to protect him from that glass as they break it off into his hands. And then they'll torch the leftover sharp ends on the bottom before putting it away. And this is going to be put away inside of the annealer, which is that large black box over on the right wall. This is going to slowly cool the glass down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, so it doesn't break from that thermal shock I briefly talked about earlier. And we have many pieces in there right now. They're all going to cool down at the same time, I'd like to mention. Some people think we put it away and the glass itself is 900 degrees Fahrenheit and then it slowly cools down, but the entire furnace is keeping everything at 900 degrees Fahrenheit until we're ready to cool everything down. Then it's a simple press of a button. And since we've been working with a lot of clear glass today, I'll play a short video for anyone new in here about how we fill our furnaces and what our clear glass is made out of. So can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So they're getting started on the next object right away over on that right bench. This is going to be very similar to that last one they made. That last one they made the artist really liked the shape, the curvature of the glass that they had, and so they wanted to leave it just the way it was and not alter it anymore. But with this one, they are going in with the goal of making it into a gelatin mold, so they have to alter it a little bit this time. Last time you noticed we broke it straight off the pipe, and it had that opening that just goes into the bubble. And so if we were to cut that bubble in half the way it is, the gelatin would just be able to pour out the side through that opening. And so with this one, they're going to have to change the sides of the bubble, and we're going to see how they do that. But right now, just starting with the beginning of the process once more, Sarah is going in with a block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool, and this evens out the glass that they have in preparation for blowing, so when they blow out that bubble, it will blow out nice and evenly. So this second pipe that they've attached to the bottom, you can tell is a hollow pipe because it has that mouthpiece on the end. And they've also drilled a hole into the bottom of this piece. And so since they've attached this hollow pipe to the end, this is going to allow them to continue to blow air into this piece, even though they're removing it from its original pipe. And this means that they're going to be able to close off the end of this piece once they break it off of this original pipe as well. And to break that off, once again, they just apply a little bit of water and a simple tap to the pipe, and now that piece is broken off. So now from here, they can just work on closing off the end of this piece. So right now they're working on making a blown form similar to that last one they made. And the reason that they flattened it before they started curving it is because they're going to cut this bubble in half in order to have a mold. And so you can almost imagine it's like this pan here, but it's going to end kind of like in this part right here, almost like a C shape. And in order to do that, they have to make this tube and curve it. And once the piece is cooled, like way later down the line, then they will be able to cut the tube in half this way across. And so they have flattened the glass before they started curving it. And this is just going to give them more space this way and just kind of make the mold a little bit more straight walled, I guess. And this is sort of experimentation. So you can see we have a little bit of an L shape. This could be purposeful. It could be more of just letting the glass go with the flow.